I'm basically done with what's his name? What's his name? No, not what's his name, but the fucking Little Hope. I'm done with Little Hope. You know, a few achievements left, but you know, not focusing on that, right? That way I can move on and go on to the next one. Because I have the 6th book, Blackbird, pulled out, but I don't want to do that just yet, because now I'm here, I can read this, right? But, right, before we do that, I got some stuff, right? I got two anime DVD things, right? The first one is the season 2 of From Commonplace to World's Strongest. I've seen a bit of season 2, I haven't finished it. Fucking love this series, right? Where it's like, he was a real badass in the first season, and I think a part of me is a little bit worried that they're gonna soften up the character and make him a little less badass and more, you know, forgiving, which kind of, this is what made the character interesting, is he wasn't forgiving compared to most betrayal stories, like, oh, well, I moved on and I forgive you too. He's like, no, fuck you guys. Fuck every single one of you. Like, oh, well, you can come and join the class. No, fuck this class. Fuck the teachers. Fuck everyone that is, you know, I'm going my own way. This whole meetup to hear what bullshit you want to sprout, I don't give 2 fucks what you think you want to tell me. What you think I want to hear. So just hurry this up so I can fucking leave already, because you guys can get fucked. You know? The second thing I got is another collector's one. The other anime one is just the DVD by itself. I just fucking love that anime. Ooh, smudges a bit, sorry. This one, it's something I did want, but it's basically a collector's edition for Restaurant to Another World, but like season 2. I didn't know it had a season 2. I didn't know it had a season 2. So like, I'm happy I have this, but it's like some things I tried getting into multiple times. It's like, this is one of the things I tried getting into multiple times, but it just kind of, it was interesting, but very hard to keep my attention. Another anime that I want to get into, but it, you know, I have trouble paying attention is, what's it, like, How to Not Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon? Yeah, so this comes with a lot of cool stuff, right? It comes with a 64-page art book full of delectable concept art, interviews, and more, which isn't really new. I'm not saying it's not interesting, but a lot of the other collectible things I have also have that. It says there's room in the box to store season 1. I don't think there is, because it's pretty blocked up, right? But what's also cool is basically it has 3 official recipe cards, like the thing they cook in the anime. You can make it at home yourself, which is really cool. Very, like, is inclusive is the word. I find it cool, right? And what's even cooler is Restaurant Nekoya. This is the story of all the unique visitors to the restaurant, the delicious food it serves, and the one-in-a-lifetime encounters that occur there. The door once again leads to what is that? Warm, friendly Nito meetings. Whereas like the back of the collector's thing, is like the symbol on the door from the anime, which I think is really cool. Bit of a downside is the little back bits is kind of, there's no place to properly put it. Alright, so let me pull this out. Oh shit, I didn't need to pull that out. Shit. Right, then we... A little bit of a bother that is like the back bit isn't really connected, where it tells you all the stuff that's included. It's kind of like... It's kind of like on the back only by like the tape and stuff. Also a bit confused, right? Because there's 4 discs, so in the From Commonplace to World's Strongest, right? There's 4 discs. There's like the DVD where it's like episode 1 to 8 and 8 to 15, and then the other 2 discs are like episode 1 to 8 and 8 to 15, but on Blu-ray, which I'm a little bit lost on what's the difference. Add this to the collection. I'd love to watch these at some point. The desk is doing well. The floor needs a little bit of a cleanup, but it's actually doing pretty well. Also, right, I've been listening to a new Reddit person, which it's not interesting, but it's soothing, right? Where is it? Yeah, so like most Reddit stories, like, oh, I'll listen to this person because, you know, I like their voice, but like I don't like listening to like other like entitled parents because it fills me with such a burning fury and hatred for the whole thing. And it makes me go into my own brain, putting me in the predicament, like, this is what I would do if I were in the situation. And it just gets me more upset. I'm like, is there a happy ending? I don't know if there is, because I don't think I want to listen to any more of this fucking dog shit. It's upsetting me, you know? But this person, right? Oz's Vault, I don't know what it is about his voice, but it's gonna sound weird, but it soothes my entire body, right? Where whenever I would get antsy about listening to entitled parents or get up in apathy or whatever the fuck of something that is like, oh, boomers being pieces of shit, right? Usually I would be very agitated, upset because the story would annoy me, but something about his voice is almost like it's a soothing melody, right? Where I should or would get upset, it's kind of just like, you know, take a deep breath and relax type of thing, you know? And it's really weird, because it's very, very soothing compared to how, you know, like, I wouldn't watch Entitled Parents with other, you know, other people I watch, because as much as I love the other people's voices or watching them, it would still upset me, but this is a very soothing voice, right? And I can't describe it. So before we start, right, let me just use the restroom, toilet, whatever the fuck you want to call it. So BRB. Also, there's like other collector DVDs I would want is there's one for like Shield Hero and of Mob Psycho Season 3. Although I'm a little bit hesitant on watching Mob Psycho Season 3, mostly because I prefer, like, a lot of things go into it, right? One, I prefer listening to English dub, right? Two, I'm not really a fan of, I would say, the concept of change, right? Or just change in general, right? And that come into play because of the, how do I say it without sounding like I'm downplaying it, right? But basically, you know, I'm not a fan of the concept of change, right? And I prefer the English dub, and that kind of combines together. That makes me antsy because of the, you know, the, what's the thing? Reagan Takanawa's voice actor might change because he's, I think it's confirmed. Like, I think it's confirmed. Like, I think it's confirmed to be in serious shit. And they might recast him. And, you know, that makes me antsy, right? It's like why I'm antsy on there being a Shield Hero Season 4. Because I'm pretty sure the main actor, or voice actor for Shield Hero, sadly passed away, I believe, during COVID, right? And, you know, with me not liking change, it kind of deters me of not wanting to watch it, even though I do. But I also need to respect their decision because for it, like, I can't say they can't help it, because, like, you know what I mean? Like, for the shooter, they can't help it, right? Same thing why I kind of am a bit nervous of continuing the Lego Ninjago series. Because of the Cole's voice actor sadly passing away. And them having to recast the character bothers me, but I completely understand. And I feel like a child just having a tantrum because I don't like change, you know? So I'm hoping to maybe have someone sit down with me and watch it so that, you know, I don't know, it soothes me a little bit to have someone rather than me being overly anxious. I'm back. Let me put on the jackets. Yeah. Shit. Oh, there we go. Reading these stories is sometimes really exhausting, right? Mostly because I want to kind of include you guys to what I'm reading rather than just being silent for like a couple of hours, you know? But because of that, I kind of want to do it in a way of I'm not reading directly from the page, but I'm a small summary, you know? And that's what gets exhausting sometimes. I don't know why I even get recommended that. Like, it's basically just a recommendation of like a community note of like with some screenshots of like some FNF mod, right? And it just says, oh, download here. But it doesn't tell me, like, the other person I followed explains and like kind of goes into depth of like talking about it in the community notes, right? So if I ever wanted, like, even if I'm not interested in the mod itself, I would at least, you know, I would at least know about it, right? Because if it's like, oh yeah, download this mod, you're not really explaining anything about it, you know? And it bothers me a bit. Sorry, got distracted. That tends to happen. Yeah, so like the reason I don't necessarily want to like read it word for word is just wait. The reason I don't want to necessarily read it word for word, right, is because in the future I want to read it and then probably pay someone to animate it, right? And I just feel like it wouldn't be fun reading the same book again just to have it animated, you know? Plus, this is more of my first reaction to the story, where it's like, imagine it's like, just like, imagine it's like me trying to read it, right? It's like, kids and spinning this, Cindy, yada, yada, yada. Oh, shit, you know? And it's like, actively reacting, it completely fucks up the whole audio shit. Like, oh, now I have to restart that whole sentence again because there's something that caught me by surprise, you know? It's like, Ralpho didn't move. I'm sorry you came all the way out here, Bob continued, and I appreciate your time. I've decided to call it isn't the best thing for my family. And then imagine, like, saying that, it's like, oh, well, that's a dick move, you know? It's like, you put their family up to this because you were upset, right? And it's like, oh shit, I forgot I was supposed to be reading this. Anyway, and then proceed to read the whole fucking page again. Because I want to be interactive, right? I want to go like, oh shit, what the fuck? You know? Freshel Snorkel Bear III came by the window. I pretended I was asleep. I could hear his panting, saying, hey kids, want a Fred cupcake? I couldn't move. I knew there was an abandoned ghost town. It's just me, my brother, and my ill sister. Who is he talking to? There's no one there, but I hear his footsteps come closer to the window. Come sing along with the jam band. You know what I mean? I love how some of these stories kind of give you, like, it gives you, like, makes you sometimes have your own interpretation, right? Like, at the end of, this is going to be a little bit of a spoiler for Bunny Call, but, you know, why are you watching this if you haven't read the story before? Although I guess technically you don't need to, right? I just like reading them in chronological order, right? But so spoilers for Bunny Call, right? But it's the whole thing of like, you know, what was, you know, the Bunny Call, right? Was it a person? Was it a machine? You know, like, you would make it seem that it was some sort of animatronic, but it bled. So like, is it a man in a suit? And it doesn't tell you. It never tells you. And that's what I think I appreciate about it. That it's like, sometimes it'll give you concrete, like, in spoiler for, you know, spoiler alert for the ending of story of Fetch, right? But it's like, sometimes they'll give you a concrete evidence of like, okay, he killed the bitch and he's still around. That is concrete. That's not up for interpretation. That's just what is. But then other stories, like, you know, spoiler for Count the Ways, is like, it doesn't give you a proper ending. Like, what happens? Like, does she get out? Does she not? Who knows? And that's what I appreciate. It's not always the same, you know, bland ending. Some people survive, some people don't. Some people have it worse than others, and some actually come off scot-free. Like, again, as I've said, I think it upsets me, but it also is my favorite thing about these stories, that not everyone gets a happy ending. And that's what makes it so fascinating, right? You can always watch Shrek, but you know they're gonna have a happy ending. With these, it's a fucking gamble. And the thrill of gambling is what I'm here for. I mean, not in this instance, you know? I'm a gambling person myself, just not in the gambling you're used to. I prefer the gambling as in the gambling of chance. If I have a chance of winning, then it's worth a gamble. But if I don't know how to play, and I'm not confident in gambling, then I'm not going to gamble something I don't know I can win. And it's not just...
Is your bottle yours?
What?
Is the bottle yours?
The solo?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, and I'm not talking about currency-wise. Like, if I'm, like, playing a game, right, and I'm gambling whether I can make another run or give up here, that's a gamble to me. My form of gambling is You know, not your usual gambling. I I consider it gambling because I could win or lose. And it's the thrill of the gamble, you know? That sounds dumb, but it is thrilling, like that feeling like you're in low health and you just make it out alive. You feel like a fucking god. That is the thrill of gambling, my friends. That is the thrill I'm after. You know, sometimes it's not always high stakes, you know, but it's a gamble on how I'm gonna feel about these stories. Am I gonna be so upset at the ending, like in Lonely Freddy, or am I gonna go, oh, that's sad, and move on? I don't know, because I haven't read these stories before, and that is such a fucking thrill. Hello, stranger. Here to gamble on emotions, are you? If you're gambling to get hurt, you might, want to look elsewhere. It's the gamble of chance. The gamble of chance. Oh shit. What the fuck? There's little lines here. Like dents in the pages. Again, the way the rules are when I read this is I will read the first 2 pages.
What is your favorite
and
band?
Regurgitate the words to you. Or sometimes if I want to talk about something, right? If I want to talk about something that interests me, I will finish the first page and then talk and then go on the second page. Probably electro swing. Huh. A little bit confused. Surprisingly, it starts off at inside the room of 1280. Consider that, I would think maybe a little bit more, when you think, oh, the main antagonist is this character, you think it's not right at the start, But basically, the nurses in room 80 are looking at the window and keeping their backs towards the patient, I believe. Yeah, to their patient. And say they watched the priest come up to the hospital. Then it goes on about him just trailing, basically. Maybe I'm a bit biased, but usually at the start nothing interesting happens. Just very detailed of the main character, Arthur, is bicycling down this, path with leaves, sticks, trees, yada yada yada, right? Although I'm a little bit lost. I think I understand, but I'm a little bit lost because they're talking to someone named Ruby, right? But are they saying Ruby is the bicycle? Because I thought, oh, maybe Ruby was, a character on the back. But no, it feels like they're saying Ruby is the bicycle. As he's going down this path, a black SUV kind of passes them, with, a young boy in the back slowly looking at Arthur as it turns the corner and fucks off. And I think they're saying Arthur here is the priest that the nurses see, but this is him getting to the hospital that's surrounded in vines and shit. Basically explained that he got his bike from, I was gonna say a dead man, but it sounds like he stole it. No. A dying man gave him the bike. Maybe I'm just biased, but I don't know. I'm just imagining some fucking teenage kid on a bicycle. Wouldn't he be a bit too young to be a priest then? Or maybe it's just this fucking 30-year-old priest on this tiny red bicycle. It doesn't really. Maybe I feel like old people can't really use bicycles because they're gonna throw a hip out or some shit, Although maybe that's me being very biased, And he's like, wait, where is it? Something, 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 sin. In which case he needed to do better with the first deadly sin. First. I'm either thinking that it has to be pride, right? Because the way he's priding himself of this fucking, I was thinking maybe he was greedy, what's it called? Minimal values, he doesn't need this bike, but he's keeping it because of greed, But pride could also work. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so Arthur has to be an adult because it says that his housekeeper is warning him it's gonna rain. I prefer the darker page. It's very, for me, it's easier to read. With like, you know. This is definitely going over my head, but I think that's just because I'm not. I want to read it for fun, but I also, you know, want it. My habit of wanting to like have a reaction to everything, you know. Like how I said, like I'd love to watch some TV or movies or whatever, and just have people in a Discord server watch it with me and just react to like, so I can get, because I have a, as I've stated, I have a problem of like watching shows where it's like, because it's in between of like waiting to get to the newer episodes I haven't seen, and then it's like having to pay attention to the older ones because that could come back around, but my brain drifts off and I can't focus and I have to go backwards. I go backwards a little bit too far, and then I go forwards, and then it's past the part I'm trying to go back on, and it's like this back and forth, so I have to fucking 30 seconds backwards because I can't control the damn fucking remote. And like, so that's why I need people to sit with me, so it's a combination of like watching their reaction, but also having someone to like keeps me down to earth. I'm like, okay, they're here, don't space out. I space out a little bit, but not as much as I would, you know, when I'm by myself. I keep seeing these Ghost Hunter videos, and I keep imagining myself with those people, and knowing damn well I can't be with them, mostly because I'm a threat to myself and other people, right? Because I imagine that I would have a revolver, right? But I will pay for custom bullets, so silver bullets to be made and blessed in holy water, so it's like, I will start firing if I feel threatened. I may not be able to hit you, but fucking Smith and Wesson can, so choose your actions carefully. And then it's like, oh, well, we heard shooting. Yep, that was me. I got scared and decided to shoot ghosts. Oh, okay, he's delusional, you know? So I keep thinking of the image, and it's like... it's this image of like, oh, I can't remember, whatever it was called, right? It was like POV, it's like me reading like something like Hitler's Manifesto, and every couple pages I turn to the camera and do like the crazy motion to FBI agent. And I fucking love that meme so much. It fucking kills me. Just why is there an emoji with that specific like action? Just like, fucking crazy, I know, Jesus. I was like, where did I get this broken pencil from? And I'm like, oh, that's where I was keeping the fucking, like, my pages and shit. Life and death and love and birth and peace and war on the planet. Is there anything that's worth more? Is there anything that's worth more? Sorry, my brain's being very fucking delusional. Well, no shit. The smell of rain is very intoxicating. Like, not erotically so, but it's like, you know, it's just a soothing. Like, I could get excited to the smell, like a nostalgic type of smell, but I could also just relax and cuddle with a partner type of thing, you know? Damn! Sorry. Basically, it's just, I assume it's like a little flashback beforehand saying like, yo, it's gonna, his like housekeeper is like, it's gonna rain, you know, so you might want to take an umbrella or whatever. And I assume Arthur's like, nah, it's not gonna rain. And then, like always, it would rain and she would fucking laugh at him. And, you know, as he's going to the hospital, my brain's getting mush, sorry. It's just him really explaining, like, a lot of people died to get, like, a bunch of rocks for, like a lot of people died to get rocks from the river for, like, concrete or some shit like that, right? And how he's kind of saddened because he knows there's all kinds of, you know, this, it specifically says, right? It held generations of pain, struggles, and sorrow within its walls, but Arthur knew it also held hope and love and joy. That is what he always chose to see, which I think is a very positive outlook, you know? Yes, it is, you gotta think, yes, it is, like, people do die, get sick, get hurt, but there's also like positive things of like if someone were to get hurt, then they would recover and their loved ones would be happy to see them well. You know, the miracle of childbirth. You know, whatever the fuck that is. Shit like that, right? There can be happiness, sad. Like, life is full of sadness, sorrow, regret, but also filled with love, trust, you know, empathy, whatever you want to call it, right? If it was all one emotion, it'd be boring, wouldn't it? I mean, as morbid as it sounds, but you know, these different emotions is what makes life worth living. Sure, it may be sad if you have a family member, like, pass away, but it's not all bad because you still had good memories of said family member. You can always laugh, look back, and, you know, through the family photos, or just have memories of them, and just have these stories and pass them down through generation and generation so that those generations can pass it down to their generation. And so on and so forth, to share this love and bittersweet memories, you know? It doesn't all have to be bad, but it also doesn't all have to be good, you know? I'm not saying everyone's gonna have a good life. And that sucks. That really does suck. But I hope you can understand where I'm trying to come from. Yeah, sorry, I'm just fucking rambling. My apologies. And yeah, so Ruby is the bicycle. It is confirmed on page 135. And he's like, kind of gloating, like, see, you just gotta have faith that the sun will poke its head again, you know? And, you know, it's like, oh, but Ruby didn't respond, and because of that, you know, Arthur laughed at himself, and there's a best season, like, he's fucking talking to himself. Sir, Mr. Priest, are you talking to me? And he's like, oh, shit, I didn't see that. You know? And basically greets, what's the word? Greets himself, greets her, whatever, right? And he's like, oh yeah, this last spring, I just turned 42, or whatever the fuck. 47, damn! I mean, if he can feel pride, it wouldn't hurt to feel a little bit of lust, wouldn't you say? Did I get a paper cut? Damn. And then he goes on to, like, explain, like, yeah, I don't know, like, he didn't know how to refer to women when he was younger, because it's like, miss or ma'am would always get people fucking upset, and going, hey, you is always inappropriate. So now that he's older, he can just refer to younger women as, like, young lady. Also gave her a little bow. Why? That's a odd name. Why are they called father? It's like, oh, I'm father so-and-so. I'm like, but you're not my father. You're not... I mean, you're probably someone's father, but it's like, oh, nice to meet you. I'm... Like, just imagine, right? Like, oh, nice to meet you. I'm Father Connor. Oh, you're a priest? No, I'm not a priest. I'm just a father. I thought I'd let you know. What? Why would you bring that up then? I don't know. Priests do it. And they most likely do or don't or can't have children. Indiscretion. That's a fucking big word. It looks like indiscretions is spelled like how you would get an STD from fucking idiots. That's adorable. That actually is quite adorable. Is that what you call it? Whoever calls it that? They had the, like, formalities, and she's kind of, I wouldn't say clumsy, like Maya, the nurse, is, like, really a bit nervous, and that's somewhat adorable, right? And he described that he shook her hand a little bit too long, but her fucking hands were cold as shit. So he was kind of using his body warmth to warm up her hands, I guess? And listen to this, right? So it says, Maya Vermont, right? Maya said when Arthur released her hand, I'm a nurse here, or I'm going to be, or I am, well, as of 15 minutes from now I am, I guess, or I am because I was already hired. And it's just like she's nervous and like awkward, and that's just really adorable. yeah, and then it goes on that she looked a bit uncomfortable looking at the entrance, right? And Arthur's like, "Are you okay?" She's like, "What, me? Yeah, no, sure, yeah, I could be, yeah." And a fucking the black SUV or whatever came and pulled up. Large fat woman started like walking toward the entrance, barking orders at a smaller one, and then like basically a bunch of other people entered. It went from like it went everywhere from like, oh, there was like a woman that stepped out of the SUV barking orders, a little dude, a little person or whatever that was smaller than her, following, trying to keep up. Then an elderly couple entered, then two fucking obese pigeons started pecking at invisible morsels, whatever the fuck that means. He goes on to describe the rain, and she basically started questioning, like, why is there a statue of Cerberus? And he looks where she's looking, right? And he's like, huh. That's really strange because Cerberus is supposed to be preventing the underworld from leaving, right? And because it's a statue of a hospital, it's a little bit more concerning because it's like, is it implying that it's preventing the dead from entering the hospital or preventing the people who die in the hospital from moving on in peace? And it's like, it doesn't really help that the fucking hospital's name is like after Hercules, which one of his 12 labors is to like wrestle Cerberus or some shit like that. And it's like, he's like, it makes you question, am I in a, like, am I in a place of good or evil? I'm unsure. And he's like, well, it's just a statue, but she wasn't convinced. And he basically checked his watch, he's like, shall we go in? You know, he's so funny. My brain had a very immature thought, and it's like, imagine someone missing their, like, hand, right? And you go to look at your nub, like, you go to look at your nub like you're looking at a watch, like, it's about time we go in, wouldn't you say? And just hold your hand out until they start staring at your nub, like, oh, 15 minutes early, wouldn't you say? And there's no watch, and you're just staring at your fucking nub and just watching them stare at your nub confused, like, right, well, anyway, you put the watch, you act like you take the watch off your nub and then put it in your pocket, like, anyway. This is giving me a fucking headache. It's just words of nothing. I guess it's supposed to be world building, but it's like half these words I don't understand, so your world's falling apart. Basically, Maya is like, oh yeah, I guess I have to go in too. And Arthur takes a step forward, but she doesn't. He's like, do I sense a bit of hesitation, my dear? Just trying to be, not flirtatious, but playful, right? She lift her spirits up, right? And she's like, I fucking hate this place. He's like, sorry to hear. He's like, I prefer Glendale, He's like, I honestly prefer Glendale too. I've only came to this place once before, and that was like last week, And so trying to cheer up, I'm like, well, this place has more modern, like more, technologically advanced, right? It's a bit better than Glendale, despite how it looks, right? Because he basically, it's like, oh, despite how it looks on the outside, before, so this hospital, before it was bought by a fucking millionaire, it was gutted inside out and then reconstructed like it was before. So, the interior and outside looks old-fashioned, but it has all this, new technological bullshit. And she's like, well, before I was, she's like, oh, well, it's better than the fucking prison hospital. I was there before. And he's like, really? Surprised, I didn't see you there. And she's like, you've been there? And he simply responds, I go where I'm needed, or some shit like that. And gently puts his hand on her upper back, trying to cheer. He's not trying to be weird, but just trying to be a good person and cheer her up. And that kind of, I don't know, maybe made her more upset, and basically shrugged, slapped his hand away or whatever. And she's like, what do you mean by that? And so, let me test audio. Okay, audio's fine. Yeah, and basically he backed away 2 steps because 2 teenage girls passed by them holding fuckloads of balloons, fuckload of balloons, they're gonna get carried away. And I found that funny because It reminded me of that one vine or whatever. He's like, "Oh, what are you doing? That's a heap of balloons. Ah, too late. The car's flying away. Ah." That's what it reminds me of. And they're like something about an ambulance screaming and then coming to a stop because the door was open and closed for multiple people. It sounded like this was like a dead hospital, but it seems pretty lively, right? And he simply responds, I give the dying their last rites. Mia is a bit taken back, but you seem so bubbly, so cheerful. So how can you be that way around death? If you think, that's bubbly around death, you should see what I do to the Taco Bell toilet. Aww. I'm gonna be so mad if she ends up fucking dying because she's so nice. She's so nice. Oh, they're so sweet. They're so sweet. They're adorable. I mean, I'm not shipping them, but I just hope they become close friends. Fucking big fancy words. Fucking treating me like a fucking child. Fucking cunt dickheads. Think I can't fucking read fucking Aviscent. Whatever the fuck that means. It almost seemed like Arthur was just didn't want to become a priest but was forced to become one. But he seemed like he genuinely, despite he's not too keen on the whole rules and stuff, he does want to pray and support for others, which I think is nice. Hmm. He goes on to explain that death isn't a sad thing, you know? Like, it's a transition, right? From now to the whatever plane, right? And he sees himself as a companion or a guide to the other side, right? He steps in fear's place to let others at ease and be able to move on. And she just stared into his eyes, and he's like, well, you know, my eyes are brown and boring, but I always wonder what other people see in my eyes, right? And basically, she thanks, he's like, you know, I'm glad I met you, right? And he's like, you know, yo, same. And she kind of, like does this thing where it's kind of like, having her arm out, right? But expecting to have his arm intertwined, like, so, you know, can you escort me to whatever wing? Because I'm pretty sure you're going the same way. And he's like, well, yep. And I'm just imagining just these two, a priest and a nurse, walk in, like, we're off to see the wizard, the great and dead wizard of Oz, the whiz, the whiz, the whiz, the whiz, there's a massive cold. It's like, what the fuck are you two doing? You can't be skipping down the halls. There's fucking people dying in here. Basically, he escorted her to the ward before another nurse joined, like. And they went their separate ways, right? And he's mad for judging her. He's mad at himself, right? For judging her the first time they met. He's like, oh, like she's long, tall, lanky, like very bony. And she's escorting him down the hallway, right? And they pass room after room after room, right? Sorry, my brain's playing the room where it happened. Yeah, and it's like some rooms basically feel heavy and depressing, right? And he basically, you know, prays for those ones. And then there's ones that are more, you know, peaceful and lighthearted, where they know he doesn't really need to pray for those ones because they know the journey ahead. But he prays anyway because, you know, there's nothing wrong with too much support, right? And as they're going down, he's like, do we enter a fucking alternative universe? Because why in the world is this, like, hospital so long, right? And as they go down, it gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse, right? And he's like, oh, I know the smell of, like, all these different bad smells, right? But this feels acidic and almost not intoxicating, but suffocating. And, you know, the nurse that was basically leading him down the hallway going, this patient you're about to see is a special case. And he was surprised because, you know, she actually talked to him this time. Because before, like last week, she just kind of, the only time she talked to him is just said the room number and pointed down a direction. But she's actually walking him to the room, which, you know, also startled him. Basically saying, like, her voice was as unnerving as the rest of her. he's basically talking about, like, her voice is just as, like, piercing as her looks, if that makes sense. And she goes on to claim that this person has been on life support for years. He's like, how many years? She basically fucking, like, scoffs and is like, irrelevant, you know? He's like, he's been here all this time? When was... Wait. Yeah, he's like... When the state... you know, he's like, has he been here all this time? And the nurse basically ignores him, right? He's like, when the state finally took him off life support, why did the state do that? Where's his family? And, like, basically she got fucking really pissed and whirls around and goes, he has no family! You know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of the... Oh, what's his name? Randy Feltface about the Gumtree Bookshelf story. It's like, I don't think you should be doing that. And he rips out the fucking mailbox and swirls around and goes, why don't you mind your own fucking business? That's what it fucking reminds me of. And basically, despite how they describe her, she basically lost her cool, you know, kind of scratches a mole like that's under her eye and basically takes a deep breath and, you know, continues walking, right? You know, he's asking questions. She shrugs in annoyance, right? She goes, as I was saying, the state took him off life support, you know? Even so, he wouldn't die, which I'm pretty... Like, I'm not sure how life support works, but I don't think that's how it works, you know? It's like, you know, took him off life support, but he still wouldn't die, and he's like, a miracle! It's a miracle! It's a miracle! And he has some quick prayers and thanks. And she's like, hardly! So I'm like a fucking bullet. Basically, the corridor gets darker and darker. All the, like, rooms are closed and it almost like there's no life inside. Like, it's all dark, right? Just one door after another. And basically, you know, she stops and, you know, like, you know, walk, sorry, just wait. They're at the door, right? Of where the room is, right? And, like, it almost like there's no lights, you know, inside, right? And he's trying to, like, look, like the bottom part where the gap in the door is, like, there's, like, it's just dark. And he's looking through, like, there's, like blurry glass. And he's like, there seems to be light, but he's trying to figure out if one of them went out. And before he is able to figure it out, she fucking slams the door open, right? And a waft of all that fucking disgusting whatever smell, right? Right. You know, like, he's in here, right? And all this, like, he describes it as a smoky smell, right? Not when he smell. It says smelling burnt meat, smoldering plastic, and molten steel all at once. And, like, as she kind of, like, walks in and like waves her hand around, like almost like, oh, you know, waving the smell around to make it less noxious. He looks at the room number that's by the door that just says 1280, and he's like, what the fuck is in this room? And he didn't have to wait long to figure it out. She reminded Arthur She reminded Arthur of the women on the game show, the ones who elaborately indicated potential prizes. What the fuck? I don't know how to respond, but like, apparently something's wrong with this patient, but so far it doesn't, describe what. And basically, sorry, habit of mine, he's like, this ain't no fucking prize unless it's in fucking hell. Because he's seen a lot of shit. He's prayed all over the world, prayed at car crashes, plane crashes, disfigurement, missing eyes, missing limbs, all this other shit that he thought could confidently say that he's seen the horrors of the world. Until this moment, he was confident that he's seen every misery possible. And then it goes on like, it wasn't the look of the man. So it's a man. It wasn't the look alone, not the smell, something else, right? And basically, he's trying to hold his breath, like, trying to inhale this bad, fucking rancid ass smell, like, you know? Trying to, like, wipe the tears away. He looked at the nurse and, like, you know, her eyes were squinted and, like, her nose was, like, pinched. Like, you know, he's like, what's his name? She's like, we don't know. No family has claimed him. What about fingerprints? Dumb question, yeah. You know, he goes to, like, move his eyes away from the patient to the nurse, and she lets out a... I would assume... Sorry, maybe I'm just... My brain's a bit biased. So, like, it could be, like, Nurse Ackerman. Could be a guy, could be a girl, I'm not sure. Let out a gurgling snort that Arthur supposed passed for a laugh. And he's like, what about a DNA sample? They're like, well, there's no DNA sample that, you know, like, the person doesn't exist. Like, there's no proper DNA sample. Like, as you can see, he still has brain function, right? Basically pointing at the monitor that's like has a massive like green spikes on like a black screen, and saying that's like a sleep pattern, and the sleep pattern seems to be like the sleep expert is like, yeah, this person's been having massive nightmares, right? And like horrific ones at that, right? And like it almost sounds like it looks like the nurse is trying their best not to smile, and that makes Arthur frown. Sorry, I say Arthur, but every time I say Arthur, I just think of Arthur Morgan with like the scruffy beard. I'm like, damn. Yeah, and basically the nurse sees Arthur like frowning and basically raises, but like raises an eyebrow. I'm trying to see if the nurse is gendered. Yeah, she. Basically, a loud speaker outside the room is like, Nurse Ackerman, please come to room 907, this immediately, yada yada yada. And it seems like, well, I gotta go, but I will be back, you know, you deal with them, that's what you're here for. More for us to discuss. Door jab. What the fuck is a door jab? DOORJAMB. What the fuck is a door jab? Oh, so he was... Wait, what? I'm a bit confused, because he's saying that he needed to enter the room, but it clearly said he entered the room and saw what the patient looked like. But you're telling me he hasn't entered the room yet? He's having a whole fucking Ace Attorney trial against himself. Hold it! Ew. What the fuck? A part of me wants to like read this word for word for these 2 pages because it gave me an idea, but then it kind of kicked me in the balls and I dropped that idea. So he's like thinking that his brain's disconnecting, right? He has to try and piece together what he saw, right? And he's like, fact 1, fact 2, fact 3, fact 4. So he starts it off of like, well, he's like, is that even a man? Like, it looks like a corpse, right? And he's like, no, think about it. what's the biggest distinction between blah blah blah, right? And he's like, well, it has a head, it has a torso, it has arms, it has legs, and plus, the little monitor clearly is telling that, that thing is alive, right? The patient, at least, is alive. Somehow, right? And then goes on to, like, describe that it's basically, like, a burned corpse, right? And when they said this, my mind went to, the burned corpse from, like, Gary's Mod? Like, that's what I kind of imagined. But then they go on to, like, the flesh is kind of cracked, right? Like a dried river dam, the cracks in the ground, like a Saharan desert and shit, right? The cracks. And because of that, but it, like, the corpse or whatever, right? The patient, there's multiple layers burned away, this, that, yada yada. But what's intriguing as Arthur describes the patient's body, right, as, yes, it's charred to the bone. Like, he wished it was like just charred bones, because it'd be easier to imagine, but, like, it's like a complete charred body, right? But there's still cracks going through the flesh, right? But some bits are grossly translucent somehow, right? He can see the heart, like growing and shrinking as it beats, right? Same with the lungs and bladder moving ever so slightly, right? There's a hole in. He says that, like, the patient has no face. Like, there's the nose hole of where nose should be, but, like, the bony part, right? It has this, I wouldn't say toothless grin, but, like, basically the mouth hole with no teeth where the lips are burned away to, unable to protect it. Seems that he's saying that also has no holes, like no eyes, just dark sockets. As well as there's cracks in the cranium where he can see some gray matter. Ew. 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 Oh, that's making me sick. Was this patient a man? You want to check his fried testicles? Yo, Dahmer, I think you overcooked it. Ah, damn. Oh, it just gets worse. So like he can see the fucking veins moving, looking like scorched worms underneath his skin. Ugh. Ew, no, ah. He's still trying to understand, like, I mean, yeah, I guess he's still technically a man, but what is a man? What is the difference of life and humanity, right? Does a soul? Does this patient have a soul? He's still going back and forth, right? And he's like, okay. Finally, he enters the room and is looking around, right? And like, I don't know what to tell you. There's fucking hospital shit. There's a window. So the bed's in the middle. There's a rolling tray in the corner next to the window. There's a whiteboard where usually would have medication, but there's nothing. He's also hooked up to other machineries and such. There's like another one of those thingies where like you, the heart monitor thing where you put it on your pinky finger. But he's like, how is that? What's the point of that? Because he just has bony fingers. There's no like flesh anymore. It's all charred away. And he basically goes to look out the window, and he feels this like fucking icicle stabbed in his back. And he slowly turns around trying to reach for his back to try and pull out whatever fucking thing, shot him a glance. Hmm. So many fucking pages for a fucking burned corpse in a hospital bed. Is it like... Is it just Arthur coming back and forth, to try and figure... what? No, I should just continue reading, sorry. And... Nurse Ackerman came back and is like, you felt it. Arthur, like, felt what? Like, you know what. Arthur ignored her words and basically sat down on, like, the, like, visitor chair things. And she says, we'd remiss if we didn't warn you. And he's like, hold on, we? The fuck do you mean we? Myself, Nurse Thomas, and Nurse Colton. Basically, we worked in this hospital wing the longest compared to anyone else, right? We know what that is. And Arthur asks, so what is it? He. And Nurse responds, evil, Father. Evil. Pure and simple evil. And Arthur basically is like, a little bit, what's the word, dissuasive, is like, look, just because he looks like that doesn't mean, and she cuts him off like, no, it's not him. It's what's in him. What's in him? She's like, it doesn't fucking matter. What's evil is in him. It's like, what, his organs under the bones? And she kind of like sighs, like Arthur is asking stupid questions, right? She's like, yep, you wouldn't believe me. That's fucking great. Of course. And basically, she opens the file and fucking slams that shit. Like, she slams the file with, like, brain photos and shit. And Arthur gets up to, like, slowly walk around, carefully, around the patient, right? Like he's kind of fucking lunging. Ah! And she's trying to explain something, he's not getting it, she sighs, explains it again, still a bit confused, and so he's like, she tried to dumb it down. Look, everybody has 4 parts of their brain, right? Yeah, the frontal, parental, occupational, and temporal. She tapped the scans of, like, basically saying, it's like, unless it's been damaged or there's, you know, heavy trauma like a fucking car accident or a stroke, they should be giving the same coherent signals. But there's only 2 signals. That's never compared. Compared? What's the word? Coherent, sorry. And he's like, is that what you're talking about? And she responds, the doctors believe each lobe of this man's brain has 2 distinct electromagnetic signals. This is unheard of. Arthur asks, "What does it mean?" The nurse responded. Sorry. The nurse responded, "The doctors claim they don't know, but we know." We? Me and my fellow nurses. What do you think it is? We don't think. We know. What do you know? 2 signals. She basically jabbed at the fucking screen, right? Means 2 living things, 2 entities. They're both varying for control of the brain. That's why they're persistent in all the lobes, but they're at odds with each other. We think they're tormenting each other. Basically, Arthur was fucking dumbstruck. It's like, he didn't know what to say. So he blurted out, like, "Where's the evil?" Like, he's fucking confused. She threw her hands up, like, in there, like, waves at the sky. There! How can one brain sorry, it's like, there! How can one brain have competing signals? It's a very fucking playground of evil! And Arthur thought about it. It's like, maybe she shouldn't be down here. Maybe she should check herself in a different wing, maybe a psychiatric wing. But then he realized that'd be mean, you know. And he can't blame her or the other nurses because they have to look after this patient, right? So of course they have these crazy fucking crackpot conspiracies, right? He's like, at least they have something. Arthur has nothing. Nothing but his faith. And Arthur responds, "Every man has good in him." The nurse responds, "That is not a man." Arthur goes, "Okay, every living creature has good in it." Basically, she gets pissy and yanks the fucking, the scans. Like, I knew it. I knew you wouldn't listen. Arthur turned and looked at the man in bed. "It's my job to see good." Basically, the nurse shook her head and walked out of the room. And then the second party cuts to Maya, basically in the what's it, like the lunch ward or whatever the fuck you want to call it, right? And she's like really hungry. If it wasn't for, if she wasn't so hungry, the whole smell of off cheese would put her off. But like, she's fucking starving, she could eat in a chemical waste plant and still eat. And she's looking, basically she's washing it down with cola. She has a sandwich her boyfriend made her. And like the do's and don'ts sign doesn't make her feel welcome, neither does this place. And her boyfriend's like, "Look, as long as you keep your nose clean, this is a stepping stone, isn't it? Then you do good, you can move somewhere better, Like, you're moving up in no time." Don't pick a... Oh, please don't pick a fight. This is not your business. Nurse Ackerman and like the other nurses basically came in and sat behind Maya, and Maya had her head down, acting like she was reading, and she's like, "Oh, well, you know, like, oh, well, I was gonna listen to them anyway, but since they brought up like, Blythe, Father Blythe's name, right? Like, oh, how long was that moron in the fucking wall? Like, all morning." And she got very defensive because, you know, she got mad that they're insulting him because she... Father Blythe was a very nice priest who had walked her up here to start her new job. He's been so kind and patient with her. He was cute too, not in a boyfriend kind of way, but in an adorable old man kind of way. Short and slight, with thick wavy gray hair and gentle brown eyes. Father Blythe looked like the grandfather Maya wished she had. She liked him immediately, and she basically got very fucking pissed. Very pissed that, you know, he's getting, you know, name called. And I'm like, you know, just leave it. Just don't do anything rash or stupid. Ah, shit. There we go. Just stretching my legs. She goes on to express how she feels about certain nurses. Ackerman's basically a big fucking mean bitch that doesn't like anyone, and she's like, I won't expect anything from her other than criticism and how to do my job, right? Nurse Thomas is a nice person, but she doesn't really feel like she belongs here, right? Like, she feels like she's supposed to be at home making cookies or some shit. But, like, half the time, Maya is just grabbing things she lost she's very forgetful, that she'd lose her fucking feet if they weren't around her ankles or on her ankles or whatever. Colton is also the most reasonable person here, right? Very nice, very understanding, but a little bit too serious that, you know, it's almost like there's always something on her mind, sorry. Nurse Colton asks, "What did you tell him?" And Nurse Ackerman is like, you know, like, I told him what we all know. He's fucking dismissive of it, you know? He's too idealistic. And Nurse Thomas is like, I'm also idealistic, but when the writing's on the walls, it's on the walls. And basically, Colton's like, well, he's new. He'll learn eventually. And Ackerman's like, I'm not so sure. And yeah, and Tommy's like, just give it time, And so Maya listened closely, and they talked about basically some of the other patients she already met. And he's like, should I warn Arthur? Like, well, what is there to warn about? It seems that he already was warned and was, he dismissed it. Is he even, is he even with the evil man or whatever? Or is he with a different patient? And then it cuts back to Arthur, and he's just been sitting in the fucking visitor chair, just staring at the, staring at the patient, right? And he's like, he's at least been able to look at the patient directly without losing his lunch. But to be honest, that's nothing to be proud of, because he didn't have any lunch to lose. And like, he sees wires all wrapped around, going down the bed and shit. All types of tubes, and he's like going to fucking heaven knows where. And he's like, he's found out very little about this patient. And he's like, okay, think, I haven't been fair, right? Like, what if the man wanted to communicate? Fuck, I don't even know if that's possible, but it at least need to give him a chance. And sitting in this dumb chair isn't giving him a chance. So basically, he takes a big breath and scoots his chair over, and I assume he's gonna try and, he's probably gonna try and talk to him. So I got distracted again, right? Can I ask a question? So you know how I said I wanted to, in the future, I want to read these or in audio form and be able to pay someone to animate it, right? Like, and I was thinking different stories will have different animators, right? But I'm just thinking, what about the extra story, right? Because basically at the end of each book there's a extra story, but the thing is that it's a continuation from the first extra story. It's like one continuous story rather than these, anthology books, right? Do I basically, should I pay the same person? Yeah, should I pay the same person to like animate it in one like big go, or should each section be a different animator? Same with the books, because I feel like because it's one consecutive story, right? I feel like it should be one animator. But that's just me. What do you guys think? He laughs at himself like, yeah, that's scooting an inch is very brave, And in the previous page, it described that he notices, or he memorized the occasional beeping sounds, right? But every now and then there's some erratic one, right? And when he talks to himself, it makes an erratic beep, and he's like, can you hear me? And then he goes back to talking to himself of like, there's a horrible part of him is that believes or wants to believe in Nurse Ackerman's thing of him being evil, but he wants to see the good, right? Like, what is it? Only evil that's keeping him alive? Because there's divine energy that creates these worlds. So surely there's like good that's keeping them alive, right? Divine energy, but there's also other types of energy as well. And like his little the fucking monitor starts beeping, right? But you know, the patient doesn't move. Like, despite being alive. It's basically just a corpse in a fucking hospital bed, right? And he's like, you can't hear me, can't you? And the monitor erratically starts beeping again, right? And I thought, okay, maybe he's trying to speak through Morse code through the hospital beeping. And he's like, he's like, my name is Father Blythe. No, scratch that. No. My name is Arthur, right? Is there any way I can help you? Like, any way at all? And, you know, he starts beeping again, right? And he gives the prayer and basically scoots closer, right? But the stench gets stronger as he gets closer, and he basically he holds the patient's hand, right? And it's like the most grotesque feeling you could imagine. Right? The most grotesque feeling you could imagine, right? It's like a forest. It's like a tree branch that's been through a fucking forest fire. But it's even worse than that, because he can feel the pulsating, like, blood veins, like worms crawling up his arm. And he's given strength to not recoil, right? But he still puts the hand out, because he, as he says, however he drops the hand, he was human after all, because I would respond, like, he's been more respectful than me. Skeletor, it's 2024, blackface is not cool, alright buddy? You're gonna have to stop that. Okay, now she's just being a bitch. I get that you can feel uncomfortable about all types of dismembered, disfigured, whatever, right? But yeah, so basically he puts his hand down and he didn't know if he was doing it to be polite or if he was afraid of what, if, like, you know, what entity moved the hand, right? And he's like, entity? Entity? For God's sake, Arthur, it's just a man. You know, you're letting Ackerman put these dumb thoughts in your head, right? And the patient, right? Like, he tried to reassure himself and tell, like, the patient that you were loved, right? Usually there's, like, some warmth and lightness whenever he says these words, but now there's nothing, right? And, like, he wasn't, he wasn't sure he believed the words now. But, listen to this, right? The man, however, felt something. He must have, because he began moving his index finger, right? And he's like, at first he's like, maybe that's just, you know, indiscriminate, like, nerve damage, just something. But then he realized, like, you know, he's trying to write something, right? Well, I thought the man was asking, could you do it again? No. Arthur was asking, could you do it again, right? And he's writing, like, an F with, you know, writing an F with, in the air, right? And he's like, hold on, and he's rummaging in his, like, little fucking fanny pack or whatever, and pulls out a pencil and, you know, like, notebook or whatever, right? And he's like, okay, now, and then, like, he continues, like, okay, F, and Nurse Ackerman is like, what the fuck are you doing? And, like, that caused him to drop his pencil, and he goes to reach it down, but then he gets the whiff of all this, like, putrid smell of whatever is in, like, the bags, and he goes fucking back up, like, trying, you know, backing away from the bed, trying not to throw up, right? And he's like, he's communicating. He's like, yeah, I can see that. What makes you think that's a good idea? Like, well, it's a breakthrough. It's progress. Progress is good. Well, he's like, she's like, fucking hell, you're dumber than you look. And he basically, you know, ignores her, right? She's like, what happens if he was trying to fucking hex you, you know? And he's like, well, maybe she has a point. What if he's writing, you know, whatever he's writing, what if, like, if it wasn't clear, you know? But it's like, if he can communicate, he can, because you say that he has no friends, no family, no nothing, no, like, you know, none of this information you have on this person, right? And you are now able to communicate, and you're like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You're trying to communicate with a fucking zombie? What is wrong with you, you dumb cunt? It's like, well, damn, you're a fucking bitch. What the fuck? You get what I mean? Like, damn. Damn. Sorry, I shouldn't laugh at that. It's just a funny word. Sorry. So she's like, what if he's trying to fucking curse you or whatever? And he's like, well, I guess we'll find out. And she's like, Jesus Christ, we should have called a different priest. And basically she left the room and he's like fucking writing down the letters as the patient is trying to do letters with, like, I imagine a shaky, bony hand, and he's like writing it down, and she basically bring the other two to like watch, where it's like Nurse Thomas has like a hand over her mouth, while Nurse Colton just has her hands on her hips, like very, like disapproving. And he's like, okay, and after the patient is done, he's like, yeah, this is fucking gibberish. I can't understand what any of this is, right? He's writing the same thing over and over, but in different things. So the word is so, I know my brain's a little bit giddy, so apologies, but the word is Fazbear Dissenter. And he's like, he tried several, like, combinations, right? There's Fazbear Tear Dis Center, Fazbear Dis Center, Fazb Enter Dissenter, Zib enter dissenter. He's like, well, I must have got one word wrong. It was hard, probably hard to make out the motion, right? He's like, okay, give me the phone. I need a phone book. Where's the phone book? Like, okay. So, dissenter, I can, like, he's like, I can understand dissenter. That's usually, like, charity stuff. But what is, like, Fazbender? Or whatever, right? And he's like, what is Fazbear? And Nurse Thomas whispers under her breath, Fazbear Entertainment. Because it's like, why are you mad that he's making progress, right? What the fuck? I'm so confused, right? Like, she's like, oh, we should have called another priest. Like, for what? You called this priest, he's trying to make progress, and you're mad that he's trying to treat this patient like a fucking human being just because, like, you think, oh, there's something wrong with the brain, so clearly the fucker is, like, evil or whatever, right? It's like, what the fuck is a priest going to do? Like, you already took the fucker off life support. Clearly the fucker doesn't want to die yet. Why'd you call the priest if you didn't want the priest to actually fucking do anything? It doesn't make sense. Like, you're gonna call another priest to do fuck all? Like, what were you expecting the fucking priest to do? Why, because this priest didn't believe your fucking theory? Yeah, like, I don't know why. The nurses are fucking pissing me off. Like, yeah, she's like whispers, Fazbear Entertainment, right? And he's like, what? And like, Nurse Ackerman's like, shut the fuck up. Nothing. But it's already too late. He's like, oh, my brain juice, it's pumping. It's pumping. I'm getting smarter. Smarter. And he's like, this is amazing. You know? Like, and they're looking at him with fucking, like, dread that they just saw their fucking pet got run over by a fucking car. He's like, this is remarkable. Has he ever done anything like this before? Certainly not. You don't know the forces you're playing with. Forces? He basically, you know, had enough of these fucking nurses. Like, yeah, they're just fucking complete nutcases, right? They're like, I mean, I could ask questions about, you know, like, why he's here, or so-and-so, like, basically the questions I asked, right? But he's like, you know, but then he's like, but that may take hours, and writing like that may be very weak, considering that he was supposed to be dead long ago. So he's like, that's off the table. And the nurses are murmuring outside the room, and Arthur's trying to ignore that. He's like, how about we play a little game, right? I will ask questions I will ask certain questions about you, right? And if I'm right, either raise your finger or, use the heart monitor like you were doing before, right? He's like, it's where you used to work. Nothing. You have family there. Nope. You have unfinished business there. No reaction. You hid something there. And that guess made Arthur smile, considering he loved, mystery novels and stuff, but nothing. But, there was no response to that. Then the nurse started walking in and started fucking circling him. And he's like, why are they still here if they think what I'm doing is so abhorrent, It was the last place you were before you got hurt. No movement, no monitor reaction. You need something from there. Nothing. You always wanted to go there. The monitors blipped so indefinitely Arthur thought he was imagining it. But what if he wasn't? Yeah, he's like, you wanna go there? And like, the monitor beeped in such a way that it sounded like one whole deadline. And so he asked again, is that a place you want to go? And the monitor reacted. And Nurse Thomas said, he can't go any place, sweetie. He can only go, well, someplace other than Earth. Other fucking was baffled, like, do you mean hell? And Nurse Colton is like, well, duh. And it seems like, you know, the patient didn't really like that response, because the monitor was fucking shitting itself, almost like it was screeching and screaming before it went silent. The only thing they could hear is the panting breath of the nurses, the man, and Arthur himself before it went back to normal. So he basically turned back to the man. He's like, you want to go to this place before you die? There's a silence. Then it starts up again. He wants to go back. He wants to go to Fazbear Entertainment Distribution Center before he dies. Impossible, Nurse Ackerman said. And then it cuts to him, like, in this, like, waiting cubicle of an assistant of the main person. And basically describes how it's really noisy, right? And it's like, so I'm not sure what you want, the assistant said. It's like, well, I want to know, is there any reason or on file why, you know, the man in 1280, you know, wants to go to Fazbear Distribution Center? And he's like, well, I heard you, I just don't know why you want, you know, he's like, well, I want to see if I can make that happen, you know. He's like, well, that he can't really be moved. fucking yelling in the halls. I can't fucking concentrate. Oh my lord. I don't know why, my ears are very sensitive. Like, they're not loud, but like if I'm trying to concentrate and they're talking above normal volume, it's very distracting. So I've been, yeah. He's like, yeah. Well, it's not really possible to, you know. He's like, so I've been told, but nothing is impossible. But moving him is impossible. He's like, well, Pete, think about it this way. Isn't the very existence of the man in 1280 proof that nothing is impossible? If he can be in that room, still breathing, still able to communicate a desire, might it not be possible to fulfill that desire for him? Think about it, Pete. Pete glanced up at Arthur, his face white as the walls in the little cubicle, and he was clearly thinking about the man when he didn't want to. He's like tapping on his little computer. He's like, well, there's nothing in here. Nothing about, Fazbear anything. I see. He struggled to get up from his chair, but when he did, he's like, well, I guess I'm gonna have... Well then, I'll need to talk to someone who can give me permission to take the man to Fazbear Entertainment Distribution Center. I assume that's not you. Pete stood up and bumped like Chinese food all over the desk with all the fucking files and shit. And he's like, no one's going to help you, Arthur. And he's like, yeah, well, we'll see about that. He basically steps out to... He's like ready to go home, right? I hope it's like... It doesn't cut to like him stealing the patient from 1280 and then trying to get to like the distribution center or whatever, like, you know. And basically he's taking as many deep breaths as he can because he feels rude, you know, like, talking about like how the man smells, but he was in there for like 7 hours trying to like communicate with the man, right? And he's like, okay, well, like I'm gonna need a year's worth of fucking oxygen to try and get that out of my system. And he's like, you know, the nurse Ackerman tried to get him to leave immediately after the whole communication situation, but he refused. And he sat for 3 hours trying to talk to some higher-ups. Because... Yeah, because he's like, he needs confirmation. Like, am I trying to help a poor soul in need that is in pain and is troubled, or is it something else entirely? And he just has to be positive, like, hopefully it's, it's the latter. Am I using that correctly? And it seems that... it seems that Maya is calling Father Blythe. They're just having a lovely conversation. Like, I don't know, because it's just them going, like, back and forth, right? And I don't want to read, like, every page, right? But the interesting stuff is, like, he's like, fuck, I've been here all day, Before I had to ask Peggy to reschedule, now I have to reschedule the reschedule. Fucking hell, And she's like, Maya's like, have you been here all day?
And he's like, I mean, yeah, it wasn't my plan, but... And Maya said, man plans, God laughs. Maya giggled, then covered her mouth. I hope that's not like an insult or something for a priest. Arthur laughed. No, not at all. They stood in silence to watch cars go by, and he's like, fuck, I only had like a, energy bar. I'm fucking starving. But, like, he stayed because it seems that, like, Maya wanted to say something. And she's like, hey, Father, can I ask you something? And he's like, yeah, of course. And she looks over her and she, like, steps closer and whispers, do you believe in evil? He, like, raises his eyebrows, like, yes, I do. She's like, do you think there's evil in there? Lifting a shoulder in the direction of the hospital. Arthur asked her, like, yeah, why you ask? She's like, can I ask another question? He's like, he nods, and she's like, did you spend time with anyone in the hospice wing? And he's getting, I wouldn't say annoyed, but a scowl is forming across his face, right? And she's like, well, the nurses and such, they're, I don't think I'm one of them, you know, at least not yet. They can be pretty mean. And he's like, oh, that's what you meant, you know? And yeah, because he's like, well, wouldn't be breaking confidentiality. And so he's like, yeah, I was with so-and-so. Oh, he didn't say, he's like, yeah, I was with someone. And as they're talking, a red sports car zooms past them, honking the horn, and her face lights up and just, you know, like, oh yeah, that's my boyfriend, you know? Like, sorry, I gotta go. But, like, hopefully talk to you tomorrow. As she steps toward the car, he says, but Maya, some people have their minds closed. Make sure yours are open. And she thinks about it and goes, she thinks about it with a straight face for a second before going, I promise, I'm heading back, right? And he's basically questioning, like, why in the world why does this patient want to, go to this place? Yada, 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 right? It's like, it's not just Ackerman and Pete that thinks it's impossible. It's easier said than done, you know? Then it's, Maya's second day starts off oddly. She couldn't find any of her nurse co-workers. So basically she went, room to room doing her chores, yada, yada, yada. And she feels she doesn't like this job because the parents, are in more pain than the actual patients. But when it's done right, it's actually a really fulfilling job. They're going to fucking kill him. So, Maya's doing, like, what's the word? Menial tasks? And her last room is like 1200, right? Which she's looking down the hallway, right? And it's a dark hallway. All the rooms are dark. So from 1200 to room 1279 is just empty. All the way at the back, where 1280, where the patient is, like, every other room from there is just emptyless, if that makes sense. Like, there's nothing. And across from, 1200 is like a storage unit, and she sees like a shadow pass, right? And she's like creeping towards, like tiptoeing, like she was about to push it open, but then she heard familiar voices, and the fucking, I was gonna say nerds, the fucking nurses are in there, and they're like, they're like, we gotta kill this fucker, right? It's like, it's the right thing to do, we're curing the world of evil. Like, I mean, I wouldn't say curing, I mean, it's still a patient. Like, we should be, a bit more cautious about so-and-so, like that, like, don't be telling me you think that thing is a man. That thing is like a cockroach beneath our fucking boots. We gotta kill it. So, and she's like, well, killing cockroaches and bugs aren't really the same. And like, first I thought they meant like, oh yeah, we gotta kill the priest. I'm like, you're going straight to hell if you kill a fucking priest. Well, really, a good priest at least. Kill a bad priest, then he had it coming. the way they are describing, like, he's a burnt corpse, but still a bit see-through, right? Want to know what plays in my head when I think of that? It's like this fucking, it's like this caterpillar species, right? That has translucent, has like a translucent body, right? Where you can see the blood vessels, the muscles all moving and shit. And it's so disgustingly fascinating. Long story short, they're going to try and overdose him with morphine. And they're like, well, it's gonna take like a couple of days because we can't take a big bunch without it being suspicious. So it like took 2 days for her to get the amount that she needed, right? And like, well, that's what I'm jumping back and forth. My brain's a bit loopy, right? And Maya's slowly backing up because they hear rustling, right? And it's a bit strange because out of nowhere, right, from the storage, right, like, a little boy runs out of the storage giggling, right? And she covers her mouth, gritting her teeth, not wanting to scream, right? Because she doesn't know why she wants to scream, because, like, I don't know, like, basically describing the boy's appearance, like curly black hair, rosy cheeks, a toothy grin, kind of like how her cousin always has something that up to no good, but there's something that's oddly struck out, right? All that would be normal, right? If it wasn't for the fact that the kid that ran out is wearing this, like, alligator mask. Okay, so it says the mask is resting upon the child's impish nose, implying that it's kind of like not fully on, so you can see the child's proper mouth, but like the mask is kind of on the forehead with like resting on the nose. Yeah, so she quickly, like, before she wanted to like look for the kid, right? But the other nurses were like, about to walk out, so she ran back to 1200, the room 1200, and the fucking old dude that's on the verge of death is like, oh hey, what's another word for hell? She's like, shades? He's like, oh, very, very well, shades of hell. You're an angel. Sunken eyes like he's about to fucking drop dead any minute now. And then it kind of cuts to, Nurse Ackerman. And she's like, well, we're not even sure this is gonna work because, like, it may affect, humans, but this thing is not a human. It is pure evil, so we don't know if the cunt will overdose. Go to 179. Well, not that many, so it's 179 to 212. Ah, that's not too bad. Oh, so she's just fucking delusional. She's one of those people that is like, don't play Pokemon. The Pokemon are made for the devil to entice your children to Satanism. She's just one of those fuckers. She's like, it's time, and is fucking slowly like, not. I guess it's not. It's not running, but it's not slow, considering that it's almost 79 fucking rooms down a hallway. And she's just mad at a lot of things. She's thinking about Father Blythe, which is, Arthur. And she's like, how can he be such a fucking idiot? Can't he see the evil that's in that thing? Like, why does he want, to take him to the Fazbear Entertainment Distribution Center, or whatever the fuck it's called? And like, can't you see that's where the evil begins? He's like, I looked it up, and it's all these ugly costumes and toys and decor. Any toy that looked like that is the work of Satan. Oh, and so he has to be evil. Just imagine, like, I'm just imagining, right? Some entitled Karen trying to return something, some random, like, let's say, plush truck chaser, right? Let's just say that, right? Like, how dare you try and convert my sweet innocent kid to Satanism? Where is your manager? Ma'am, I only get paid $15.95 an hour. I couldn't give two shits what you think we do. I don't get paid enough to deal with the bullshit that you put me through. I'm just trying to live a common wage while trying to pay for college and my car. I honestly don't think this job is worth it. So with all due kindness, please, take you and your child and go fuck yourself. How dare you? You rude. Trying to include my innocent child to Satanism and the devil! Your company should be ashamed of yourself. Yeah, whatever you say, lady. Please just move. You're holding up the fucking line. I just want to go home and watch MMA. Anime is also made by the devils. Okay, you cross the fucking line, I'm gonna start swinging. You better move before I fucking knock your lights out, bitch. She also was saying, like, I also had a test for Maya where we purposely talked about the patient, the thing in room 1280. If she would have turned to ask what we were talking about, we would have let her in. But because she just eavesdrops, I don't trust eavesdroppers. And basically, she walks down, and she's like, okay, and is like, she thinks about closing the door. She's like, yeah, fuck that, yeah. I'm like, none of the nurses want to be locked in the room with that thing. You only need a minute. Putting all the morphine with the needles and whatever the fuck. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? It's getting way more interesting now. She basically jabs the, like, I don't know how IV works. Basically jabs the needle in the IV thing and sees a reaction, right? She's like, okay, nothing happened. She takes a second one, right? And as she is about to put it in, like, the little whatever the fuck, she hears a child's laughter, giggling. And she's like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Hello? She's like, is that you, Faribault? Are you off your lunch break? Which was Maya's last name. Because it was explained before that she was a stickler for only using last names for some reason. She basically checked outside. There was no one. She basically went back. And, like, she heard, like, laughter all around, right? And she was getting antsy. She's like, whatever. And, she puts the second one in. Nothing happened. She's like, I don't give two fucks. Pulls out 11 more vials of fucking morphine. And is like, I'm going to stick these in you one way or another, or however it works. And she's like, one after another, da-da-da. And I think after the fourth one, she hears, like, laughter right next to her. And she's trying to keep calm and relax, and she slowly looks over to see where the laughter was. And there's just this small child with such a feral smile giggling before running out of the room giggling. And it's almost like the child took the strength from her, because she's, like, struggling to hold herself up, like, trying to keep calm to try and continue the fucking mission for whatever the fucking reason. Like, she was determined to fucking, like, kill this man. But, like, her memories saying, like, oh, her memories betraying her, and now she's being, like, sucked into the past of her memories, like fucking weeping angels. This one.
gonna sneeze. Shit, you motherfucker. Gross. Sorry. Yeah, it just fucking yanked her into her memories of having to relive the death of her son like 1,000 times over, where she was a genuine person, like Nurse Ackerman was a genuine person, but the death of her son kind of just made her a hollow shell of her former self, right? And every smile and every feeling she could have had was stripped away the second her son was no longer a part of this world. And she joined this job to help others walk her path or some shit like that. And as she was grabbing strength, to grab another morphage, whatever, you get what I'm saying. She was struggling to wrap her fingers around it, but as she did, another giggle came all around the room. The whole temperature, dragged down. I think either it was, really high up and that dragged all the way down so it's freezing, and a gust of cold wind rolled all the morphage's thing onto the ground, shattering into a mess. And then it kind of goes to Beatrice, which is Nurse Thomas, talking about, why she's here. Because she loves people. She wants to help people. She wants to serve people. But, she's trying to convince herself that this is the act out of love. An act out of love. Because I feel like she's going to try and smother... Because she has a pillow. I think she's going to try and smother the man. Sorry, I'm sorry, my brain's being fucking immature, right? Because the way they're describing the man, right? It's it reminds me of this image of it's this black skeleton, right? The black skeleton and these fucking grandma or grandfather strollers in the background. It fucking kills me. Dude, that's all I'm imagining. Yeah, but she's trying to convince herself she's doing the right thing. And as she opens the door, she ducks down because she doesn't want to... it's easier to see, because apparently the smell and the musk or whatever the fuck it is so... it is, blocking, vision. But
confuses me is it implies that she it clearly says she opened the door to room 1280, but Ackerman didn't close the door. Sorry. My brain wants to draw a little doodle of this story. But I should probably finish reading, sorry. Oh, so this is like the next night or next day. Whoops, I was on a fucking watch list. She basically goes to, like, suffocate, she goes to suffocate, the man, right? But I think as she's about to do it, she gets startled because she sees the fucking little boy fucking running or whatever, and she gets spooked. And it kind of goes back to, like,
all the other nurses has, like, you know, seen the boy. They even got Maya to, you know, admit she's seen the boy. Not just Maya, even the patients and the other doctors have seen, like, a small child fucking running around the hospital. And they're talking or whatever. They're talking at the lunch area, right? And they're talking like, what do you think the shadow thing is? Like, well, it has to be the thing that was inside the man. How to get it out? How the fuck should I know? And everyone's like looks like, whoa, what the fuck? The bitch is crazy, damn. And so she basically like lowers her voice to a whisper, like, it doesn't matter, right? I can't fucking explain. And she's like, oh, I want to try my idea. She's like, no, I want to try the morphing again. But she's like, look, the man or that thing, whatever's in that room, is probably expecting you to do the morphing again. We have to take them, it, whatever, by surprise. So let me try my plan, and that was to smother it. Because she looked up how long, she's like, looked up at home, how long does it take to smother someone with a pillow? And like, oh, 3 minutes. Can I hold it for that long? Who knows? Oh, she's a thick, chubby bitch. Nice. Oh, fucking shit.
She's like, oh yeah, I tried strangling my niece's doll, right? For like 7 minutes. My arm's really fucking burnt though. No shit, it said you only had to fucking smother him for fucking 3 minutes. 7 minutes is a bit overcooked, mate. She's looking around, but there's no fucking little fucking child running around, right? And she's putting like she's like basically putting the pillow over it, over the man's face, and the man, like, you could see blood slowly spreading through the pillow as he's coughing up blood and it's like, she kept it there for like 6 minutes and like 30 seconds or whatever the fuck it is. And she's like, okay, just a few more seconds. And listen to this, right? That's when the shadow darted in front of the nurse Thomas and tore the pillow from her grasp. Before she could even think about trying to retrieve it, the pillow ruptured its contents, ejecting into the room and all over her. Sticky, odorous blood went into her mouth and up her nose. Putrid slime flew into her eyes, and bits of cloth and foam stuck to the fluids that sloshed over her skin and congelated in her hair. Nurse Thomas didn't make a sound, but the monitors did. They shift from a steady, flatline tone back to a stable and even rhythm. Nurse Thomas fainted into the middle of the sickening mess on the floor. Ugh. Yeah, and then it cuts back to Arthur, and he's like, he's usually a patient man, but he's getting so fucking fed up. It's been 5 fucking days since he's been trying to convince someone to let the man in the room go to the, what was it, the Fazbear Dissociation Center. Yeah, like, Arthur's really fighting with the fucking personnel because no one seems to listen. Because he's like, what fucking harm could it do, right? Because, like, if he could visit the place, right? The Fazbear Entertainment Distribution Center, maybe he could, like, be at peace and move on. And if he didn't, that's nothing he could really do about it. But the president really don't. It almost seems like they don't care, right? And mostly because they've been having other trouble of the fucking the child in the alligator mask, right? Where the police have been called, but it's almost impossible to, like, grab or talk to the child, right? Because by the time, you know, he's there, whatever, he's been spotted, right? The cops would go there, and the kid's already gone. Like, and because no one can talk or grab him, people are thinking, is it a ghost? Ooh. Even, like, the janitor fucking found, like, spotted the kid next to the, what's it called? The fucking hospital generator. How the fuck did he, like, I assume it's in a basement. Like, how would he get down there? Or up there? Or there in general? It should be like a locked off area where most people can't go. And, you know, Arthur's like, ghosts? Not my fucking problem. Despite being a priest that's supposed to, you know, bless and, like, protect them. Yeah, that's not my problem. I'd rather be more worried about this living corpse. And so he's taking a breather, and, like, you know, Maya's like, hey! 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 And he goes on to talk about how beautiful the fucking outside shit is of the hospital, and she's like, yo, did you wait for me long? Sorry, she's like, did you wait for me long? He's like, nah. I mean, to be honest, I got here 25 minutes ago. She was only 15 minutes late, but, you know, it's whatever. He's like, oh, I hope you didn't eat anything, because my boyfriend made all this types of food, but, oh wait, is that against your religion? Like, is it kosher or some shit? Like, do you not eat meat? It's just casual conversation. I love the conversation between these two. He's like, "Oh, I'm not a vegetarian." "Oh, good," she replied. Then she basically pulled out these giant fucking sandwich racks and like, these ones are for you, and these are for me. "So, how's it going with the admin?" "It's not." Basically, the fact that he keeps running into Maya every day as a form of encouragement, he explained to her that, he wants to take a patient out because the patient wants to go somewhere. She's surprised at going, "Oh, the man in room 1280? How did you know?" "Oh, I overheard Nurse Ackerman and the others talking about him, and they caught me listening, so they told me about him. I haven't seen him yet or anything. They say I'm not ready for that. I think I'm more ready than they think I am, but whatever, I'm plenty busy." She then took a bite of her fucking sandwich, right? And he's like, "I'm not sure you're ready either." He's like, he hated the idea of this such an innocent and cheerful girl seeing something so gruesome. But he's like, "Was that mean?" Ah, shit, that was probably a dick thing to say, but whatever. And he takes a bite of the sandwich. He's like, "Oh, I see why you constantly talk about your boyfriends. These sandwiches are buses." He's like, "These sandwiches are these sandwiches are bussing for real. Bus. And she's like, "I know, right? For real, for real, for." I'm just making it so much worse than it needs to be. On God. They both continue eating and eating in silence because, don't eat with your mouth full. And after a while, she goes, "The man in room 1280 is that bad, huh?" Arthur shrugged. Like, I overheard the nurses talking, like, talking about other things. Who? Nurse Ackerman and the others. They were both quiet for a little bit as she, bit her, he's like, "What other things?" She bit her lower lip and waved her hand. Doesn't matter. Yo, you heard about the stories about, the young boy? He's like, "How can I not? Everyone's talking about him. I saw him." He's like, "This bitch bragging?" "At least 4 times so far, always wearing that silly mask." Like, he's just eating a sandwich, like, it's none of my business, but I'm really, really curious. You could use that boy to your advantage. How? He wasn't a fan of using people. Sorry. My brain just thought of something morbid. I've no fucking shit. I wonder why. Maya recommended, like, you know, because they're so busy with the fucking random, like, child running around the hospital and shit, right? Why don't you just keep bugging them? You know, it worked for me when I was a kid. When a parent is really busy, you just bug them and eventually they'll say yes just to get you out of their hair. And so eventually they'll say yes to you if you keep bugging them while they're busy. And he's like, you know what? That's not a bad idea. And, you know, she started laughing into her sandwich, having lettuce stuck between her teeth, which he thought was pretty adorable. And then it cuts to the third nurse that is like, those dumb bitches can't kill, like, this thing. I have the brilliant plan that those two slags can't even comprehend. And she's like, oh yeah, like, Nurse Thomas has been homesick for 2 days. I fucking wonder why! Right? And blah blah blah, talked about being disgusted while cleaning up the mess. And she's like, I don't blame her for fading to unconsciousness at all, you know? Like, the problem was that Ackerman, like, was too distant with her emotions, where Nurse Thomas was too enslaved to hers, where I am the perfect balance of emotional, heart, and dominant brain. Because they talked about how maybe this fucking little child in the alligator mask running around is maybe like connected to the man in 1280. Because, like, I'm the mixture of both. I have the perfect plan how to deal with these bastards. Ow, that burned. No, it stinks. It's stinky. Uh-oh. That's what you call being fucking level-headed? Oh, you're fucking delusional, you fucking dumb bitch! She goes on and on about how, like, oh, the others were too closed off from their emotions. And her, she's too close to her emotions. I'm the perfect mix. Like, she's walking down the hallway, right? And then she sees the shadow or whatever, the little ghost boy go into the storage room, whatever the fuck he is, right? And then he's like, look, I'll do one mystery at a time, which is, I guess, is a good way of looking at it. But she then, like, goes into the room and, like, puts this, like, oil like eucalyptus oil above her lip to try and block the smell or whatever. And like she's like, unlike Nurse Thomas, I rather face the ugliness, face to face. And so she starts pulling out a candle out of her bag, and then another one, and then another one, another one, another one, another one, another one, until she creates a fucking. She says a circle, but I'm imagining she's putting it in a way so it's like a fucking pentagram circle of fucking torches, and lights them and goes like, see, now I'm protected. My willpower and, my intentions and willpower will overpower your evil spirit. So, like, my good intentions will overwhelm you since you can't get past my magical light candle flame barrier. If you can breathe by air, you can die by air, bitch. And then fucking goes on about, what's it called? Die of an air embolism. Like, and even, so like, while I'm doing this, even if the evil wanted to do anything, or even if the evil was in the circle, it can't do anything, because I have willpower stronger, so it cannot touch me while I'm in the circle. Fucking delusional bitch, like, oh, I didn't want to go into foster care after my parents died, so I ran away, forged IDs, and fucking worked on a cruise ship with free rooms until I could pay for medical school, worked and helped people who went through what I did. Like, oh, that makes sense. Candle cannot be unflamed, for that is what evil cannot do to me, for I am protected within my intimidation and willpower. My intentions are clear, so you cannot harm me, evildoer. like, so as she's about to fucking plunge the syringe into the the man's neck, right? A gust of wind blows out her safety candles, and she's like, I'm done. Oh no. It's just like, and basically, a shadowy figure of a fucking. Well, it says. It is assumed that the little boy is also the shadowy figure that people see, I'm guessing. Because they're trying to. I think they're trying to say it's like one and the same. And I know. So basically. Basically, right? The shadow thing swiped the needle and fucking lunged it and threw it right above the collarbone into the throat of like the nurse, and she knew like, if I don't grab her right now, you know, I'm dead. And she quickly yanked it out, but then it got swiped out of her hand again, and she basically lifted her hands up to surrender, and then she heard a giggle and the syringe dropped, right? But my brain's thinking of like the little child with the alligator mask is like spinning, like she's like stuck in fear or whatever, right? And he's just spinning the syringe on like his fucking finger like it's a fucking basketball. It goes, phew. And she's like, well, there'll be other ways to get you. And she hears the giggle again, and she goes to chase it and bumps into Maya, right? And she's like, that way. What's that way? The little boy. I don't think it's a little boy. Me neither. You're a curious one, aren't you? Maya nods or whatever. She's like, looking her up at her like, you know, come inside, basically trying to like let her in. And she takes a step, but then oh no! No! Oh no! I realize she's gonna see whatever the fuck that thing is. Oh no! Yeah, and she's like knocked back by the smell because this is the first time she's been down here. And she's like, she makes a list of everything. Good smells, bad smells, you know? And she's like, best experiences, best sights, best tastes, best smells, best sounds, etc. She kept lists of the worst things in life. 3 of the smells on her worst smell list were rotten eggs, dead body. She unfortunately once been the one to discover the body of an elderly woman in an adjacent apartment without family to check on her. It was the smell that had led to that discovery. And skunk spray. The smell in this room was worse than Maya's 3 worst smells combined. And she just goes, oh. Nurse Colton, like, gave her a small container of essential oils, going, try this. Maya sniffed it and rubbed some above her lip. It smelled a bit better, but not by that much. And she's like, what was this? The poor, poor man. Nurse Colton basically looked between Maya and, the thing in bed repeatedly, right? And explained that Maya was never squeamish, right? In fact, she kind of enjoyed the gory stuff. She looked at the elderly cadaver she discovered, stared right at the mass of maggots, and thought, cool, it was nature at work. But this wasn't nature. This was the exact opposite of nature. It was a violation of the very idea of nature. Neither skeleton nor man, this brittle bone container of decaying organs and tissues, still somehow managed to sustain enough life to result in the brain activity she could see on the monitors. It's what's inside that's the problem, Maya said. Yes, exactly, Coltrane responded. When I thought about the conversation she heard before about extermination and the greater good, and yeah, that has a lot of context now. This is fucked. And then it cuts back to Arthur, basically, taking Maya's advice, rather than following around like a spoiled child, is you keep getting rejected, and even the other people in the room yo, drop it. They're not gonna listen to you, just drop it. And after a while, they agreed, they're look, if you come down here and sign this multitude of papers saying that if the dude fucking dies, that is not on us. And he's like, yeah, sure. And basically, he finally brings his raincoat this time. Yeah, he brought his raincoat this time, right? And he's like, man, it's so fucking, dark. It's only 10:10, but it's fucking grey and dark out. I can't see shit. It's starting to rain. Just keeps his head down to the floor. Just to see the markings. To mark. Whatever the fuck, Nothing interesting here. Basically, he's pedaling back. A lot of people passing by and was spraying him with water. He thinks like he thinks he's hallucinating when he sees like some child's head pop out of like the behind the Cerberus statue. He like rubs his eyes, right? Looks again, nothing. He tries to pay close attention, but as the rain gets heavier, it gets blocked by a wall of fucking paddling water. He gets inside, leaving a trail of water because, you know, he's drenched, soaking wet, right? And this isn't just some little. He calls them paper pushers. This is the big head of the hospital. He's like, look, we need you to read and sign where it says, and yada yada yada, that any damage, property, personnel or property damage is all on you. And he's like now he's starting to worry. What is something gonna go wrong? He's like, man up, man. Where's your faith? You know? And he goes to look at it, leans over and looks at it, right? And she's like, no, not here. Some other chick comes in, and you're like, you gotta follow her, I got a different appointment. She'll lead you where you can, you know, read this. Ah, shit.
Hello. What is your favorite band?
the first page is mostly Maya, like, bitching, like, why the fuck am I here? If it wasn't for my boyfriend's encouragement, his good-ass sandwiches, and my good nature, you know, I would be content here. But, like, you know, he's reminding me it's a stepping stone, and that makes it a little bit more bearable. But it's like, I have so much better qualifications, you know, I should have a higher, you know, position, yada yada yada, right? And she's waiting outside the hole to try and see if she can convince him not to go, right? Like, go through with the whole, like, taking the dude in 180 to, like, what was it, the Fazbear Entertainment Detention Center? Or whatever the fuck it was. And, like, she's talking to him and shit, right? He's like, oh, you look troubled, like, can I talk to you about something? He's like, well, I don't know, you know, Peggy's bringing the church van around, it's wheelchair accessible, trading it for the bike, but sure, why not? She basically, you know, drags him down the hole, smiling at everyone that passes by as they give, you know, Arthur, like, disapproving frowns or whatever the fuck. And he's like, you seem troubled. And she's like, I am. It says, she looked at Father Blythe's warm brown eyes. He had such a kind face, such an open face. She could see he had known suffering, but she could also tell that he was resolute in his intention to see the good in everything. He had one of those mouths that curved upwards, even when his face was expressionless. He was designed for seeing light in darkness. she goes on to ramble about, like, yeah, you shouldn't take him, right? It's like, Father, I know I gave you, Father, I know I gave you that advice about how to get permission to take the man in room 1280 out of the hospital, but you can't take him. You just can't. The man in room 1280, he can't leave this place. I can't explain why I know this, but I know it. He can't go where he wants to go. You can't take him. The other nurses are right. I thought they were lunatics. I admit it, I did. But now I understand. They're right. There's something in that poor man. There's something in there that you can't take it where it wants to go. You can't. It will be devastating, even catastrophic. If you do, I don't know how or why, but I do know it. You have to believe me, She stops because she can see the look on his face. She knows exactly what he's going to say. Maya, I'm so sorry, but I have to take this man where he wants to go. It's his last request. Just because it's his last request doesn't make it a good one. Why is this so important to you? He asks. She has no logical answer. It's like a feeling, like an intuition. It just is. Maya, I've lived long enough to see the kind of evil that exists in our world. I haven't seen it all by any means, but I've seen more than enough to understand that my glasses always full attitude has no basis in earthly reality. I should be jaded by now, I suppose. I should be pessimistic, ready to see the worst, but I'm not. I'm not because I choose not to let the past color the way I see the present. I choose to expect in every moment to find what's good. But what if you don't? Then there's always the next moment. And what if there isn't? Then I'll move on to whatever my journey holds next for me. I suppose that's all we can do. That's all I'm trying to do for the man in room 1280. Damn. Maya asked, "You won't change your mind." "I'm sorry, but no." "May I hug you, Father?" "Of course." They hugged, and she tried to pour into Father Blythe the inexplainable huge amount of warmth she felt for him. Or was it worry? They basically separated. "Bye, Maya. I'll see you again soon." "Bye, Father. Stay safe." And then it goes on to a little bit of boring details of like, so the Fazbear distribution center is almost like a big fucking abandoned place that's basically in ruins. You know, concrete's cracking, paint's fucking drying off, or like shit like that. And where Peggy got the information, it wasn't really that, but like a small guard home. It goes on about like, I don't know where exactly I'm supposed to be, you know. And ever since they went from the bed to the wheelchair, he's just been leaking blood and black viscous fluids. He's like, it's gonna fucking take hours to clean. don't know why, but page 208 and 209 were so... It's not intriguing, but it fueled the most of my creativity. I don't know why. Basically, he's just bashing himself like, you know, I shouldn't fucking judge him for the way he looks. So is there anywhere you want to go? He's like, he wasn't expecting a response, but surprisingly he got one when the man in the wheelchair slowly raised his finger at the front entrance. He's like, now I'm thinking about it, fuck, I should have asked for permission from wherever the fuck, right? He's like, well, how does that old saying go? Better ask for forgiveness than from permission. Maybe it'd be better to, I don't know, find a more private path? What do you think? He didn't get a response, but he's sure he could hear a sloshing sound. Was it his heartbeat? And he's like, oh, well, it's raining, yada, yada, yada. He's like, it'd probably feel terrible to have someone who barely has any skin on to start feeling, you know, like the rain. And counterpoint, if he's so fucking looking like he's burnt to the crisp, wouldn't, like, logically his nerves be burned as well? He wouldn't feel the fucking rain, right? Basically pulls into where basically he's like, oh, there's another area where he's like, okay, area where like other vans and shit are pulling up, where like people are hauling boxes into white vans, and they pay no attention to this fucking church van just driving up. And he was like, okay, some fresh air. I mean, it's not really fresh, it's like still stifled and like greasy. And he basically, you know, pulls open the door and starts like undoing the thing so he can like use the ramp.
Ooh. Fucking hell. That is fucking nasty. So he's basically like pushing the wheelchair into like the place, and it's just rows and rows of like what's it like, think of like you know those videos of like towers of like shelves with boxes? It's like that, right? And then there's like conveyor belts with like boxes and shit, and people are moving around, but no one's paying attention to them, right? And there's like faded murals of different like animal characters, and he's like, he doesn't know if they're supposed to be good or not, but he does know information that Peggy said, basically what we know or said earlier in the story, that these boxes probably have like merchandise, costumes for animatronics or people, like yada yada yada. He's like, oh, okay, so he's like like the dude with like obnoxious red hair, like with a clipboard, but didn't look down their alley. sorry, I shouldn't laugh, but it's like, he looks at it like, oh, so we're here, buddy, so what now? And he starts fucking convulsing, right? Sorry. And he's like, oh shit, they should have let me brought a nurse. Why did I sign the papers off? Fuck, what do I do? And like, he's like collapsing in on himself, where his like ribs are cracking and ribs are cracking and stuff, right? And he's like, oh shit. And like, he doesn't know what to do, and like, before he could like do anything, it fucking implodes, like gunk, black tar like substance all over Arthur and shit. And the dude just kind of collapses and falls out of his wheelchair. Sorry, I'm laughing because so it says he's convulsing, but you know what's playing in my head? You know that fucking video where it's like this kid wishes upon a star, like, oh man, Maxie, I wish you could talk, and the dog's being struck by lightning. And he's just fucking, he's violently shaking as lightning is being spewed out of him. That's the fucking video I'm thinking about. I shouldn't laugh. But yeah, so Arthur begins praying again, right?
fuck? So I'll read this last page because I really can't comprehend it, right? It says, he heard something that wiped even the thought of prayers from his mind. He heard a rush of pattering footsteps, little springly footsteps, capering away towards the shelving area of the building. What was that? Arthur wiped his eyes again and looked around. At first, all he saw was the man's remains. From the first time since Arthur had gathered the courage to look at the man, all the exposed insides were still. Then Arthur's gaze landed on a trail of tiny footprints that were stamped in the man's charred blood and fluids. He followed the trail and saw the footprints continue away from the man, etching the floor in the man's blood like fearful hieroglyphics, marking the way. The way to where? The man had moved on, but something hadn't. Father, is everything okay? A man's voice, pitched high in shock, asked Arthur. Arthur turned. The speaker was the red-headed man with the clipboard. He stared at the floor, his face blenched, his eyes wide. Actually, no, I don't think everything is okay, Arthur said. For the first time in his life, he was sure of it. That ending confused me a bit. Wow. That was a bit disappointing. I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't fucking that for sure. I guess it was more disappointing because I don't understand. Like, usually it's like, okay, there's an ending that's confirmed and that ending that kind of come up with your own interpretation. I don't think this was either. I'm so confused. Really, really, really confused, actually. Really, really, really. I don't know. I'm just a bit confused.
Yeah, so let me end screen because I'm basically done with that story. Let me check something real quick.